Oh my god, a resubscription. 20 months. Welcome back, Mads, to the Women Respecting Club.
Hello.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm good. I've been drawing and I've been slowly catching up on Shadow's house.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
It is fun. They got like more mist stuff going on this season, so it's pretty fun.
Nice.
Yeah. How are you?
I have been taking it exceptionally easy today. I have done
Ooh.
pretty much nothing.
Uh-huh.
Like my one productive thing was going to help tutor. I did the tutoring thing. But aside from that, I really have not been doing anything. Yeah, I've just been really tired today. I think it's because it's like getting colder. Like whenever it's cold, my body goes into like hibernation mode. I'm just like, oh, skies are gray, time to sleep. Stream arena for you.
Arigato.
We're pretty close to the end. We might be able to finish tonight. Fingers
Think
crossed.
so?
Fingers
8-hour stream?
crossed. Another 8-hour stream. Listen, I got nothing going on tomorrow. There's no stream for me to overlap tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yep, we're taking the week off because we just finished last week the last class, which wasn't even a real class. It was just a bonus episode, basically.
Aww.
We gotta figure out what we want to do from now on.
Yeah, what are you guys gonna do?
I have no idea. Oh my god, Magpie, thank you for the sub. Welcome back.
Magpie! Aw, kawaii!
To the Women Respecting Club.
Magpie respects women, did you know that?
You know what? That's so true. I heard that from #1 women respecter, Mr. Kazuma Kiryu himself.
Oh, it's so funny. So, I have some friends who want to get me like a late birthday present or whatever, and so they were like, "Do you like souvenir jacket?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, they're cool." And then the first ones they linked me were Yakuza themed. So one was Kiryu themed, and the other one was Majima themed. And they're like, "Which one?"
Were they the
Which one you want?
Were they the insert coin clothing ones, or were they different?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to.
So were they like replica jackets, or were they like bomber jackets?
I'll just link you, and you can tell me.
Give me a link.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, these are the ones I was thinking of. I actually.
Okay.
I actually, no joke. I have the Majima jacket pre-ordered, so it will ship to me.
You know what? I asked for the Kiryu one because I already have a black and gold jacket.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Destiny.
I wanted this thing so fucking bad. It's so cool.
Oh my god! When we get them, we'll have to wear them together and just take photos.
These are great. I like all the stuff that they have here, but that like it really reminds me of like of keyboards in that like they always have such long lead times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those always take like forever to get there, which I mean is fair. I mean they're like
it makes sense, right?
And if they're any good at all, like hopefully they'll last a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah. They have this Hideo Kojima parka that I'm always like, I always look at him and was like, oh, it's interesting. I don't know if it gets like cold enough to justify wearing it though. is the problem.
I mean, I guess it drops to like what 40 over there sometimes.
At like
in the
night.
California land?
But like I'm not out at night, you know.
Oh yeah, I feel like a parka is definitely like if you went up to Oregon or something.
Yeah. I have a heavier jacket for those kinds of situations. If they made a futaba jacket, I would absolutely buy one.
You don't have one already? I thought you already had one.
Oh, I do have one. I have the official one, but like the problem with having just like the official one is like I'm just extremely reluctant to wear it. I'm just like
what if I damage it?
But what if I damage it? It's hard to wear something when you only have like one of them and it's like the official one, you know?
Yeah.
Which is kind of a shame because like it is actually it's pretty nice. I feel like the problem is always just like this may be a me problem, but like I always feel like clothes to me are like nice, and if I have nice clothes, it's like kind of hard for me to wear them. I need beater clothes, you know, like like clothes that you can just bang up and like toss into the fucking washing machine. It's like giving me nice clothes is like throwing pearls before swine. It's like I won't know what to do with this.
Oh my god. Just wear what you want to wear.
You're afraid of wearing it? Exactly, right?
Yeah, I mean, eventually it's gonna wear out regardless, just like with time, you know?
Yeah.
So you might as well wear it.
Well, the problem also is like usually the official stuff is like okay, but it's not like clothes that are like made to last forever, right? Like oftentimes they're really for like cosplay,
yeah,
like that kind of stuff, which is like which makes it harder, I feel like, to me to wear it, because I'm just like, it's gonna wear out fast. Anyway,
I mean, clothes are meant to be worn, all right?
Yeah, I mean that is true. That is true. But yeah, I mean, I have it. It's still there.
Wear it.
I haven't actually worn it in years. Every time I look at it, I'm just like. Anyway.
What use is it doing in your closet?
But what if I want to cosplay one day?
When? You don't even know when.
I don't know. Listen. It's a hanger painting. It's a decoration.
Oh my
It's a
god!
conversation.
You don't even have it. You don't even have it on your wall. You just have it stuck away in your closet. Can't even see it.
That's true. I wonder if it's like. I wonder if that thing is dry clean only. I know that the like fuzzy bit comes off, so I think I would imagine you take the fuzzy bit off and then you go get it to be dry cleaned.
Yeah, don't wash the fuzzy bit. It'll get all like warped together and it'll clump together. You know, it won't be cute and fuzzy anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's like a lot of stuff that looks good that just is like a kind of a nightmare to clean.
Yeah. Anyway, you should wear it.
I don't have an occasion to wear it.
No, I bet sometimes you look at it and you're like, oh, I kind of want to wear it, and then you're like, no, I don't want to ruin it, and you put it, you leave it there. During those times, you should wear it.
Oh my god.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is?
This is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings.
That's a cleaver.
It sure is. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed. would we?
Side eyes.
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Tisk. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Witness testimony. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
She looks like she's going to ascend.
She does.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication?
What does this autopsy report say? Let's see. "9 p.m. midnight. Single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered in the victim's stomach, etc." Okay. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Oh, evil
Well.
laugh. Okay.
That clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. Let's just
Oh boy.
drop a little save here. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct, and yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach.
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th, or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Where did you get this dog? It is hideous.
I know, right?
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gorey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Fuck you!
Mask on.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it.
Good job, Dr. Gory.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like
right.
claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Oh, you betcha. Oh, you betcha.
We gon' peep it. Why are her eyes shining? Whose eyes?
Dr. Gory.
Oh.
These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Fat.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Oh, the claws
Yeah.
really are sharp.
Oh my god.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Oh, who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage. Surely.
A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
It does look like a ring made by the Garlean Empire. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. I see. Well, isn't that interesting?
Uh-huh.
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric Van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say those words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gori, what was it?
Okay, so... we need to figure out, which piece of evidence present where, because I know...
Present the ring for this one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because it's either this or it's presenting the autopsy for the other thing, but it should be this, I think. Like, I know what the answer is on a conceptual level. Yeah, there we go.
Now!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death. Even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Dr. Wilson!
Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
Big ol' suspish. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gori, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Boo!
Just want an endoscope. We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Oh!
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
Hmm?
What incident? The one I recounted to you before about a memory I have of Genshin Asugi saving my life.
Oh. What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago now, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after the attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Hmm. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and...
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asugi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
Pleading guilty to crimes you've never committed. That's not a regular occurrence in a court of law. Definitely not. Never heard of it happening before in my life.
No, we definitely not had it happen.
Yeah. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asugi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asugi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah!
I don't know about that, cuz.
But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Done.
Oh, bomb.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
Reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asugi's silence in court? Drop a little
Oh! About that.
Okay, let's BRB a little bit. I need to pee.
Okay.
One second. Okay. I have no idea if Renu's back, but I'm gonna look at all the evidence. Oh, we're hydrating. Hydration.
Hola.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay. So, what should we present?
Good question.
I was kind of thinking that it would either be the papers, but we might want to hang on to those till later, or the autopsy report, which is like death from a single stab wound to the heart. He may have just fucking actually killed him. You know?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Is there anything else we have in our inventory? Not really. Not really in like that case. It has to be either one of these.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two, because, yeah, I don't know what else would relate to it.
Okay, let's try this one first.
Nah. Nah.
Nah. Nah.
Nah.
Kirakui bites a dust.
Queen!
Oh, incorrect.
Oh, okay, well, we're off the mark.
A little bit. Maybe. I guess, okay, I guess there's a couple of other things that we have. Could try the ring, could try the great sword Karuma. Karuma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours.
What'd y'all try? We tried the Asogi papers, which was his kind of like his last will and testament / he described it as his last weapon, and but that didn't work.
I think it will be brought up at a more climactic moment.
Yeah. And then we also tried his autopsy report, which again didn't yield anything.
The tip of the great sword, broken. Such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. He's strong.
Uh-huh.
Nope. Do you think maybe it was, let's see.
Explain his silence.
It may be like this photograph? Because it was these lines. Or maybe Alright, let's go for it. Nope! What do you want from me? Oh, no.
What did you present just now?
Just the photograph. So it could be something else. Asogi's silence.
We can only present evidence, not people.
Yeah. It's definitely not
Why
bad.
would you want to take the fall for the crime?
Oh, maybe it's this because of the escape of the prisoner. Yeah.
Even. Oh.
It's true that Genshin Asugi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asugi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I could imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asugi can be explained in no other way.
Bing, bing, bing.
Order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Huh?
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
He's already here!
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Okay, I'm gonna pee real quick while this goes.
That's how the letter comes back? Dang game, I know, right?
Bing,
Sorry about that. Had a lot of liquid today.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Gosh, the professor. I've already been through all that before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there isn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asugi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asugi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify... So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asugi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese joke was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asugi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. For the glory of Scotland! Can't keep me down! We'll have the right of you English bastards, yeah?
Oh my god, he's so patriotic.
I don't know what the national anthem of Scotland is, unfortunately. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's alright.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't know that.
You're saying that you don't know?
Listen, there's nothing about the professor case that was unusual in any some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Yeah.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? It's alright. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who it could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. Can you say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, how can they give you an indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? The poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Poor dude.
I know, right? Alright then. Who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is the night it actually happened. The person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil. How can I apologize enough? No, Governor. Don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
You've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the drug out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? Oh, what is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? You know what it brought to my mind? I have to pee again. What the fuck?
What's
going on in my
happening?
body today?
Are you okay? I got distracted. Is Josh okay? That's what I want to know. They've had to go pee like 3 times in the past like 30 minutes.
Maybe I'm pregnant. Probably not.
I might doubt that one a little.
Probably not that one. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. You hope I'm not coming down with something? I don't know. I have been feeling a little under the weather recently, but I think it has more to do with the change in the weather than anything else. Sometimes the weather changes suddenly and my body's like, no, I don't like that. Yeah, kind of suck if I came down with something. Yeah. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Oh.
Yes, that's quite true.
I've had to pee like 3 times in the last hour. I don't know what's going on in my body.
It's not like a an infection or something,
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Aye, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carley?
This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So, Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
you think this is where we present the papers?
Didn't have anything to bargain with. I mean, yeah, I guess so. He said it was his last weapon.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There's nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Avarice! The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know what he did, Governor. The Asugi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. It turns out that Mr. Asugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cells, Mr. Asugi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asugi Papers. Governor Caden? I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Huh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asugi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Ching! What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, yeah, Peely Wally Gallot!
Oh my god.
You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asugi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asugi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. That man could easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over this obvious and reprehensible fact? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The voices must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. Turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Are you not satisfied with calling me a liar, though, won't say, you wee waffinger?
Oh my god.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared?
What's happening?
Ah!
You could see his cravat being taken, but he wasn't holding on to it.
Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family back home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwritings of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking it that it's my father's brushwork.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. Put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the vampire, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor can be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can have been disappeared completely," in my face. Well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. Quick, grab this cravat!
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean?
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided that you'd aided Genshin Asuki to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. From the top levels at the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I can't afford a day, and I can. Oh, that's a hard one. I didn't afford, and I didn't now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? That's what it says. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
In Mr. Asugi's kimono. The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, the kimono, his sword. His sword!
Karma, the famous sword of the Asugi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You could never hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Earthworms! Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly. Possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Intriguing. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? Sir. Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue.
We know what's wrong.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Och, dinny ever. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the contents of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
Oh, we're going in for a hydration.
Oh!
Magpie's ensuring that there's a break in 10 minutes.
How dare you put a drop of liquid in Soupy's bladder?
It will pass through immediately. Instantly. Oh, no, not another one.
2 bathroom breaks.
Oh, no.
All things must pass.
Oh, my. All right, let's take a look-see here. I think so. The Clint's autopsy report does say scarlet ink stains visible on little and ring fingers of right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found.
Yeah. We do know that. Let's go.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again? You have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yeah, so it does.
Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is, whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was
the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil? Sir. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
a last will and testament.
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think... Mr. Vigil did indeed... Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What?
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot.
It's a tough day for both of us, I see.
Yes, there can be no question that the will contained the information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy? Oh! No. It couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susata.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Renosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact. Okay, we'll just pop a little Saber Reno here. Put a little break screen up there so I can pee, and then we'll come back to this.
You all did this. You did this with your hydrations.
I'll do it again.
No. Stop. Why I'm being so hydrated? Jesus Christ. Okay. I have two theories here.
Mm-hmm.
One, Clint was the professor.
Uh-huh.
And two, Clint knew that the professor was Lord Strongheart.
Mm-hmm.
It must be one of those two. And I think it has to be that he was the professor because that's why Genshin Asogi killed him.
Oh!
Alright.
Alright!
Put it all in.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No. You can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If If the general public ever found out, law and order, the country would be finished. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barrick Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in court. Lord Van Zieks? The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Oh. I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forests of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Balmung, yep. I'm pretty sure Balmung is the name of a sword. A jewel-studded collar?
Where have we heard this before?
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. In Norse mythology, Gram, also known as Balmung or Nothing, is the sword that Sigurd used to kill the dragon Fafnir. So yeah, it's a sword. My man named his fucking murder dog after a goddamn sword. And everybody was like, yeah, that's pretty normal. You're definitely not the dog serial killer. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
There it is.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
Look at this fucking thing.
There it is.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could have equally been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zieks really was the professor? Impossible. These Japanese are making up politics on right their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that, and he was going to use it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusations of a visiting student. Bro, is vigilante all the way down. The fuck? So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Cosmo-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So, you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. That it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Gregson.
Gregson.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So, we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective?
Blimey.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document... Oh, whoops. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asagi? Kazuma.
Oh. He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sin. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the court anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, the good of the country. Can he do this? Can he do that? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. for the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once. But yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, this was a great source of turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support the idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Bro, there's more secrets. More
Bro,
secrets.
The secrets. They get so deep. Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
Oh, what discovery?
My lord? I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well,
It began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who.
Please.
Drop a little save.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm gonna go pee. Listen, this is a life lesson for you. Before every important decision you make, definitely pee first.
Yeah. Chat! I'm looking at you! Soupy's gotten up 5 times now! Looking at you, chat! I have no regrets. Can we before I impulse buy a training sword? Yes. If you're feeling at all tense or panicked in any way, maybe just do a little bathroom visit. Come back to the decision. Before every Amazon purchase I make, then. It's an important life lesson.
Impulse buy a training sword. Yes. Always a good idea. I make a lot of impulse purchases. I've recently gotten into Bali songs.
What?
You know the like little flippy knives? The butterfly knife? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I talked about this like a couple weeks ago. I bought one of these.
Yo, you love fidgeting with that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. It's so nice. Let's see. Van Zieks, right? Because he said the thing about his brother.
Yeah.
It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said just was a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again. Find it! Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Wait, it was the Lord Chief Justice at the time? Ayo!
But who was the Lord Chief Justice before Strongheart? Or has Strongheart always been?
No. So this guy, so the guy that was the third guy that was murdered was the Lord Chief Justice, and then he died, and then suddenly there was a position open for Lord Chief. All I'm saying is I think I was right on both accounts. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponi's eyes?
Oh, come on, man.
When you were recounting the information about your brother and third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. Even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Well, we got this far.
Any and all wealth besides my account.
I wonder if it was the other one.
Hmm?
I wonder if it was the other one.
That it was Strongheart?
Yeah. I wonder what... I don't know. I don't know! I lost!
So, what would be inconsistent with basically so basically what we're trying to prove is that Clint would have a reason to kill the Lord Chief Justice at the time.
I think so.
Can you scroll through the evidence again?
Yeah.
And...
Hang on. Let me just see. Maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention. Choice physiques. We must stop another
Subtle contradiction.
a very subtle contradiction. Okay, let's see. My lord. Trial continues. Discovery. Objection. Later today, I will present myself with the Ministry of Justice Order of Sanction. The Dresser truth was happened as I explained. The 3-page last will and testament pen with black ink. Wait, what?
The what will be gone. Wait, go back up. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The will be gone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi. The 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Okay. Well, if that's the case.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Yeah.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Get him.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? Nope, not this one. Yeah. It's only 2 pages. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asugi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament.
Ah.
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir?
Sir.
Alright, 1 second. You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black. We eat 'em like squirrels to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we'd never wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought now to be sent.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read Wairum language. If I had to take a wild guess, I do believe this is one Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Oh, no, it's Mikotoba!
Well, that's why they're colleagues. That's why he would call him Barry.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
Mr. Herlock Sholmes rubbing off on him. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head?
Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. He hit something in the sword because he had it on him.
It's in the fucking sword!
It's in the freaking sword!
It's in the hilt of the sword!
Twist it.
It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he, confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of the court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I'm gonna put the break between up for a second.
Okay. Chat, did you do this too? Chat. Looking at you again. You can't prove anything. We gotta take chat to court next after this trial. This time. Present the evidence that would prove that Chat is guilty. As once a paralegal, I technically know law things. Oh no. I'm already at disadvantage. Knowing the law is half the battle.
Alright, sorry about that. My, one of my roommates just got back.
Oh.
He was away for the last day.
Oh.
Okay. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
Yeah.
We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem the defense has no more evidence to present. Haha, bitch, we know it is something in the sword. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Oh, what do you?
This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo,
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
present it.
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Yari.
Yari!
Yeah.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
He says that like a dog. He's like, what is it, boy? What do you got?
Come on, boy, give it to me.
I dare
Drop
say,
it.
the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you?
Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Kure!
What did I say, counsel? If you're capable were my words. Oh, I bet we have to check it first.
No. Are you kidding me? Give us our star back.
Come on, Ryunosuke. We know that Asogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago using the last will and testament.
My God, we know. We know.
Let's just check it now.
Just check it. Wow, look at that.
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion?
This fucking dude.
I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh!
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Enjoying the thought of this aside happening while Lord Strongheart is staring at you huddled in a corner with a sword. Yeah, you're like, it's the sword! And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, okay, wait, hang on. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... I bet that's a pun in Japanese. It's not a bad pun in English either, to be fair.
Yeah.
Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeek's. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Okay, so it's a distinct piece of evidence.
Yeah. Yay.
There we go. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
The sword is like on his waist, and that's where we discovered it.
Yeah.
Where we like, hey man, can we borrow that for a second? You can have it back.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ah! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma? I didn't see you doing that.
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
With the heel of his boot.
I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in the will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to quite as you'd hope. You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then. No! For God's sake! No! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I'm the killer of who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Woo!
So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asugi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku has had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asugi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast if people find out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. And, well, I think that's Jigoku.
Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asugi at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go!
What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Asugi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asugi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asugi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asugi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard?
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
I haven't slept for the last 10 years. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again.
Oh?
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses! And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Is it blackmail and conspiracy to commit murder not illegal in England at this time? You know what? Surely it must be. Of all the things, surely conspiracy and blackmail must be illegal, you know? You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? to learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost. Without doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lord, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? As a point, the things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crown, right? And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Strongheart, 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 Strongheart.
Oh dear.
Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary?
Man, this country sucks ass.
Oh my god.
For your rousing responses, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke.
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Where's the rabbit? Give me the rabbit!
Oh my! Yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, this track is a banger.
It's so good.
Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave.
All right, here goes. Heave!
Oh my god, no. His ear. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes.
You are looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What?
What?
It's Mr. Sholmes! What is going on here? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
No way this technology exists back then. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
Oh my god.
We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Bro, he's living.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see...
Bro.
The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
No, the telephone does not explain this one bit.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Okay, but she already developed a bunny-eared cell phone, and now this.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. What are you saying?
Incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out or I swear to you!
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it.
Stop!
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Do you know where you live?
Not a single brain cell rattling up in that head of his. Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea.
No, you can't do this to me. Is Iris fucking royalty? Is that where we are now? Is she actually the daughter of the
With Her Majesty.
Okay, we're safe for now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think she's just having tea with the Queen.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. No. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. Has she been listening this whole time? So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Ooh, indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Oh my god, help me.
Meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Are they gonna give us an anime rendered Queen Victoria?
Let's go.
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. A Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Bro, this thing's gonna fall on him.
Bro, he gonna die. Bro, he gonna die. Okay. Okay.
It's still coming?
No.
Ah! Bro, what the fuck was that?
Let Santa be Lord Chief Justice. Santa emerges from the flames. Oh my god, look at him!
Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asugi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I assume.
What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asugi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Clint. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnant of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as...
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
Judge Santa!
Judge Santa! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? He's just here. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. Oh my god, Judge Santa saw everything.
Bro.
And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. He was always here. Judge Santa's always
I mean,
watching.
he was part of the judiciary, so I guess that makes sense, actually.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
on behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to no change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks!
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asagi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Jesus, man.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
What about Eurostio? And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere,
Jesus, man.
bye! Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zieks,
Not guilty.
yeah, confetti, fireworks,
Woo!
yeah,
Yeah, baby! Oh, baby, we're chugging.
That is all. Court is adjourned. Now chug-a-lug.
We've got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down! 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato. Okay, hang on. Why would you both chug at the same time?
How do you double chug? Do we need 2 drinks?
I have a second drink here. Okay, I've double chugged.
Double fisted.
I've got empty bottles to prove it. Okay, I'm gonna put up the break screen real quick. We'll close this out. Obviously we'll do the epilogue and stuff. But my food has just arrived, so I'll be right back.
Oh, wow, okay. My belly is full of water. Bailey just killed and ate a lizard. Dude, one of our cats, Walnut, who's like the himbo of our cat group and also like is the only cat who likes my dog Clover. He's a proficient hunter, and almost every day he brings home something like a lizard or a snake or whatever. But none of the cats eat it, you know? They just like to bring them home for sport. It's terrible. Sometimes they'll bring home like a cicada or something. Dragonfly. They don't kill anything that we actually want them to get rid of, like roaches or mosquitoes. This one had gotten in the house somehow. Normally he just stares at them. Unlucky.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
just ate
okay.
a lizard. Oh my god. Okay, let's see.
4th November 421. Behold Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Oh, it really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side at all, Mrs. Sate.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruto. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Uh-huh.
Miss Susato,
Where's the smile?
everything seems worse. He has a face of thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you helped so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Oh my God, you're here! Mr. Sato? There's another face like thunder here!
Oh my! And he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me. Or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
True, spooky mystery.
Mm-hmm. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
that your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps.
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago now, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled, I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yuji, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child.
Wait!
It's Iris.
Wait!
Iris is a main Seeks.
No way!
Holy fuck.
But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
Oh my gosh. Iris, she has Iris's like hair swirls.
The boy, she does. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous morning. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean
The woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right.
The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case?
Uncle Barrick.
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. The infamous mass murderer.
Imagine being raised by a vampire.
True? Real?
I can't wait for Iris to throw her boot onto the stand and start buying chalices only to chuck them. She can call him Barry! Uncle Barry! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
Boy, did they.
Yeah, right?
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in this final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend.
Just imagine if he came home with a child.
Yeah. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes.
Aww.
He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Aww.
Mr. Sholmes has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name.
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Aww.
I had no idea.
Ow!
Mr. Naruto, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard!
Haha.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
That's how it feels!
Yeah, right.
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Renu! Susie!
Oh, Iris. Good news.
We found out about your parents and you have an uncle.
Oh, I'm I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Of course it was Iris.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Yeah.
Let's have a party to celebrate and talk about my parents and my origins and all that. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
Do it, Unky. Unky Van Zeeks.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
Uncle Barry.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! Final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
Little Barry will replace Gregson in the story. No.
Wow.
No.
Mr. Naruto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Aww.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes?
What do you intend to do now?
Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Don't be a fool.
Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Asugi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
must. It was then I came to an important decision about my future. November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes Suite. I'm home.
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
Oh, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. Sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin!
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
You forgot he was there. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Renu! There you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me copper's cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch and the crown that has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh!
All right then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
How about the next closest male relative? I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes,
So
I
it's
think...
necromancy.
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Eh?
Iris.
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Renu, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? Oh.
Papa.
Oh.
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Not me tearing up! I think, Mikotoba.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh.
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes.
Hehehe.
But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? How are you not crying, Sholmes? I'm crying. I'm not even the father, I'm crying.
even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. "4th November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy." This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo.
Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh. With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. It was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Oh. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we wouldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it would be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes out gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Uh-oh.
Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but.
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes. I'm sorry, I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did?
I read your mind, don't you remember?
Susato-san?
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. we should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna put this away real quick before we continue. Oh, it's like cold today. Ugh. Brr. It is 54 degrees outside. Brr.
Ooh, chilly.
7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside.
I can't believe this day has finally come.
You're really leaving then, Renu?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going.
Iris.
Iris! But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
You're just in time for the goodbyes.
Oh.
Alright, Iris. You do that.
Honk.
Sato-san.
Oh, baby!
Ooh.
Voice acting! Wow, Serena SMG, thank you for the follow.
お荷物はすべて船室に運び込みました。
So cute.
So cute.
旅立ちにふさわしい素晴らしい朝でございますね。
佐藤さん、今まで本当にお世話になりました。麻生木によろしく伝えてくれますか？
それは ご自分の口からお伝えする方が良いかと存じます。
なるほど。
I was gonna say he better show up.
葬儀どうして。
親友の旅立ちだ。見送らぬわけがないだろう。
ありがとう。女王陛下の国でお前と大暴れするのを楽しみにしていたけど。
I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital.
Yeah.
We're gonna
They
wreck
might
it
tear
up,
up the
だ
man.
からそいつはまたの機会だな。貴様と再び法廷で向き合う日を楽しみにしている。
あ、でも弁護士同士じゃ向き合うのは無理じゃないかな。
俺は検事になる。しばらくはシークス教の下で勉強する。そしていずれは死神に被験する検事になってやるさ。
そう。
なるほど。一つ頼みがあるのだが。
なんだ。
Oh.
こいつを持っていてくれないか。
Oh.
Oh.
どうして。
Bro, this is like he's proposing. He's proposing to you right now.
Is this what it
俺
is?
は
This is a
見
proposal.
てしまった。あの日、俺の中に住む魔物の姿を。
Oh!
Oh.
They're giving us the old Kazuma theme.
瞬きにも見たほんの刹那。俺はあの刑事に対して確かに殺意を抱いていた。
Oh.
人の心に救う魔物。そいつは俺の中にもいたのだ。
Appreciate us both playing Ace Attorney. Yeah, we love this series.
It's so
俺
fun.
はその事実を永遠にこの胸に刻む。そしてその魔物に見入られた者たちとこれから対峙していくつもりだ。検事として。
それがお前の覚悟ということか。
Listen, he has to become a prosecutor because otherwise we can't have the homosexual like defense prosecution like tension there, you know?
They can't battle it out in court. Resolve it. Resolve their domestic issues in trial.
Yep. The only two Ace Attorney games I have not played was until now I hadn't played Chronicles because I hadn't translated it, and then I haven't played the second Ace Attorney Investigations game because they never translated that one. There's a fan patch though, which we will be playing through at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna be playing through all the Ace Attorney games we can.
We're gonna be we're gonna spend the next like year or two doing spin-off games. It's gonna be so funny.
It's gonna be awesome.
We've already been on this spin-off game for like a year. But like there are 3 spin-off games before we feel like before like we hit Apollo Justice.
Paul. Yeah, we'll be streaming that. We've been streaming them every Saturday, but we will continue to be streaming them every Saturday.
確かに預かっておく。
Always.
Homie, he gave you his family's treasures.
それではその日まで。
Oh.
僕は僕の道を行くよ。
なるほど様。
It's really weird, actually.
なるほど様が進まれてゆくその道。
That is a very strange choice. And I wonder about the decision there. Because so Susato says Naruhodo-sama, which makes sense given that, but
Yeah.
But traditionally they've been translating it as Naruhodo-san, which is interesting because they're keeping the honorific there, but they're just changing it for something else. Which is interesting.
I wonder if it's because colloquially people like who are kind of like aware of honorifics in in English speaking countries, like they kind of like generalize what the meanings mean. So like they'll think of sama as like a lord, right? They'll think of san as like a mister. So
I
maybe
think
they do it for those people.
It may even be more general than that. It may just be that they is it a period language thing? I don't think so.
No.
Because it really it has to do with their like their kind of like positions in
Yes.
like relation to each other, because like
Mm-hmm.
Ryunosuke is the lawyer and she's the assistant, right?
Yeah.
I think that what's happening is that they're not confident that people will like know what the sama means, but pretty much I think it's pretty like easy to say that people know what san means because of like stuff like the Karate Kid, just like yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
That is interesting.
We haven't had a lot of voiced sections, so
Yeah.
it's been hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah.
And obviously always it has the localizations have kind of followed their own canon. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't notice that until now.
Mm-hmm.
私がお供してはお邪魔でございましょうか。
Wow.
Never a burden.
She also speaks
help.
very formally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe it's I think it's literally just because like people just assume that san is like really formal, and I guess to an English speaking audience it would just seem very formal, right?
Yeah.
Ace Attorney 7 or the Great Ace Attorney 3? Man, I don't know. I have a very interesting relationship to any of the Ace Attorney games that come after Apollo Justice, where it's like I feel like they make backwards progress. Yeah, I would take an Ace. I would take a Great Ace Attorney 3, or I would take an Ace Attorney 7. I think they like leaked that they were working on Ace Attorney 7. I would take an Ace Attorney 7 if it was if they just like followed up on the Apollo stuff. But like anyway.
それは僕だって一緒に来てほしいです。でも佐藤さんは
思った通りだな。
葬儀
本当に変わらない。お前らしいことだな。なるほど。
思った通りってまさか知ってたのか。
あの日バンジークス教の裁判が終わった夕刻。
Yeah, I am. There's a couple of franchises that I invariably buy, which is I always buy new Ace Attorney titles and I always buy new Fire Emblem titles. I haven't gotten around to playing the newest one, which is sort of, I don't know if you count it as a Fire Emblem game, even though it is one, because it's like a Dynasty Warriors like.
彼女は一人で検事局を訪ねてきたのだ。
御言葉教授と話したあの日。
Oh, that's what she was doing.
なるほどとともに日本へ。
はい、勝手なことを言って申し訳ございません。
I wonder if, because obviously, you know, Greatest Attorney Chronicles is like the last game that was released. I wonder if they're looking at doing more of the kind of like voiced stuff. Like, obviously, it would be a massive undertaking for the amount of dialogue that Greatest Attorney has.
Yeah.
それを言うためにわざわざ義理がたいことだな。それであいつはなんと。
あの方は何もおっしゃりません。もしかしたらご迷惑なのかも。
Not all dialogue, probably just the finals room like this. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that would be fine. I kind of like that a lot of the dialogue. You know what? I think that the reason that they won't go that way is just because the kind of like the pitched beeps and bloops are like really iconic. They're like a really iconic, subtle part of Ace Attorney. When the dialogue boxes go,
What if Ari engine Ace Attorney?
oh my god. It's just Phoenix looking in the mirror and he's just like, oh, who am I?
あいつのそばにいてやってほしい。これは俺からの頼みだ。
はい。
Oh.
Cute.
佐藤さん、
いかがでしょうか。なるほど様。
Yeah, it's funny because it means that he's been referring to her as Susata-san this whole time, and she's calling him Naruhodo-sama, but it flattens them to just say san in the text.
佐藤さんが隣にいればどんな法廷でも怖くありません。
Damn, that's kind of gay too.
これから僕と一緒に戦ってくれますか。
Kind of bothers us that is still a minor in this game. She's acting more of an adult than Naruto. Yeah, I mean they're both like on that sort of like cusp of just being like not quite adults, but you know, obviously Naruto's technically an adult if you consider like 18 an adult. Yeah, I mean obviously there's something to be said about like the way in which like women are always expected to be more mature than their male counterparts. Even at younger ages.
Yeah, it was also like a different period.
Very true. So, oh, I almost read this. I was like, oh wait, there was a voice acting in this. Never mind, I'm okay. This is about as close as you get to a confession in an Ace Attorney game. The thruple is real. I believe in it.
I believe in it.
ふつつかものではございますが。 よろしくお願いいたします。
僕の方こそつつかっぷりでは負けませんよ。
I mean,
sorry, is Ryunosuke's voice actor Zenitsu's voice actor?
I
That
think so.
little twinge there, I heard it.
どうかされましたか。
でも佐藤さんの荷物はもう出航の時間です。
Oh my god, it is Zenitsu's voice
It's
actor. There's no-
definitely
there's no
him.
way.
あ、それならば心配ございません。
The Japanese and the conservative ways. Yeah, I mean it's pretty similar here stateside. Like women are just like generally expected to act more maturely. It's a reason a lot of like stuff like ADHD and autism are not as often diagnosed in young women because they're expected to mask behaviors that might indicate those conditions more frequently, right? It's a societal expectation. So the rates of ADHD and autism diagnoses for women are far lower. And it's not because there's less of them that have the condition. It's literally because they're expected to learn to mask it, whereas men can kind of get away with not doing it.
スサタの荷物はすでに船に積み込んでございますので。
Oh, she's so ahead of you.
She's always ahead of you, dog.
さすが
That's why you need her.
ホーム女子だな。
Speaking of diagnosed autism, nice. Yeah, I don't know where you live, but it could be very difficult to get those diagnoses sometimes. Ask me how I know.
それでは行くがいい。達者でな。なるほど。
麻生木剣を抜け。
Hmm?
Oh.
What?
Swords.
What?
僕たちの道が再び交差するとき。
This
It's not a metaphor, I swear.
その時を待っている弁護士。
this is This is homosexual behavior. Like, this is literally... They are married now. They've touched swords. Come on.
それではまた会おうアソギ。
ああ、必ずだ。なるほど。
Swords, yeah, exactly.
ホームズさん本当にお世話になりました。
Is it gay to touch swords and proclaim everlasting love?
It's gay to touch swords as the sun rises.
Everybody's thinking it!
ああ、本当にね。お世話をしたものだよ、君。
このご恩は一生忘れません。
忘れられてたまるか。ぜひ思い出してほしいものだな。
Man, you fucking captured Sholmes. You got that voice down, Pat. Look at him.
今度僕が君たちの国にお邪魔した時にね。こいつは意外に知られていない事実なのだが、この地球はね、思ったよりも狭いのだよ。
いつかぜひ日本に来てください。
Sholmes is like, just you wait till I invent real instantaneous kinesis.
Oh my freaking god, dude.
もう全力で歓迎いたしますとも。それなら私も行くの。
Wait, who's that voice actor? Who's that voice actor? Oh, I recognize that voice actor.
そうと決まったらしばしのお別れだね、諸君。
Let's see. Who has Misaki Kuno voiced? Oh, she's the Japanese voice of Klee. But I think she just voices a lot of these like little baby children characters.
Makes sense.
What am I remembering her from? There's like something really specific.
Maybe Grand Blue or something.
Man, that's a good Grand Blue. I mean, it's possible. Let's see. She has voiced Kurumi in Licorice Recoil.
Oh, okay.
So we just heard her there.
Yeah.
Anything else that we've been watching? Probably not. That's probably it. Maybe she does voice a Grand Blue character. I'll have to look that up too.
これで僕の物語はおしまいだ。
That's the end of the adventures in Great Britain. Oh, it is Grand Blue. I do recognize her for Grand Blue. She plays Camus or
裏
Kumiyu.
側まで旅をした僕。
Ha.
一生をかけて旅を続ける僕だけの道を見つけた。この長い
Wow,
旅の
Magpie,
ど
you
こか
got
で
it in one.
き
God
っとま
damn.
た彼らに出会う日が来
It's like we know you.
る。その時僕は懐かしいあの声を
That ship.
さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
東より訪れた友を乗せた船が水平線の向こうへ遠ざかってゆく。
So this must be
ホ
Mikotoba
ーム
then.
ズの顔は明るかった。時代が流れても友情は変わらないよ、ワトソン。彼らに会いたくなったらそっと目を閉じればいいのさ。
Ah, it's Iris now. Cute.
私はそっと目を閉じる。その時
Man.
私は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
意義あり。
She's gonna be
Yeah.
more grown up when they meet her again. Oh.
Iggy Higiyari!
Higiyari!
The great Ace Attorney!
Oh. That was so good.
Are they gonna give us the little like side character epilogues? Oh yeah.
Please. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote signature the other day, but I don't know prefer electrical goods and what other promise closed court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Wardrobe class!
Wow! You gonna do us like this, Mr.
Naruto's
Sholmes?
And agreeing on the epilogue. Yes.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy."
But it made Hurley cry. Yes!
And I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely.
Aw.
But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
I don't know why the credit sequences always go so fast.
So fast.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Okay, they gave you enough time to read.
It's because Van Zeeks talks slower. He's more deliberate.
God dang it.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know.
They're going to release 4 to 6 as a trilogy, but probably push back to the pandemic. Interesting. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I would be interested in playing that if it came out like remastered.
Jaina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a dive at art, but it's a good art. You reminded me I need to be true to myself.
Oh, Gregson!
I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say. Oh,
Gregson! So many found father-daughters.
Oh.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry to the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Overstatement! Overruled! The ministry has been detained in Britain anyway! Who is this caddish counsel for the defense of the woman of forbidden end in the courtroom? Oh, really? My friend says that their son is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job!
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
What happened? What happened? What's happening in Japan right now? Oh.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Oh!
That's
Let
when
her
you
bring
broke
a
into
cleaver
Jigoku's
into
office. You're right. I will say there's a certain charm about the 3D or the 2D pixel sprites. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled.
Oh, so cute.
But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
I love him.
Barrack Van
Save him,
Jeese's
Barrack.
only friend.
Save your friend.
He's a noble, he's got money. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness of the stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the research, there is nothing we two spells would not do. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know.
Oh! Everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell a little spaghetti. It's more redder than my hairdo.
Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Okay.
That's a wife that loves her husband.
Oh. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up on the dock, there's no one else I would rather have had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
She did it! She did the thing!
Susato-san can see beyond the bounds of this video game. Oh, look at this photograph! The Dharma, it's painted, the other eye is painted in! Yeah! So cute, so cute. Oh, they had this kind of sequence at the end of the last game too, and it was super cute.
Yeah, it's so cute.
I love it. I kind of wish that. Oh yes. Give me Danchi Mikotoba. She's so dashing.
So dashing.
Yeah, I hope if they release the 4 to 6 trilogy, they'll. I was gonna say, I wonder what they would do with it, because. So Ace Attorney 4, which is Apollo Justice, was the last one that used the pixel art. Last time you lost Cosmo, they said probably the sequence. I know! It was so heartbreaking!
Oh yeah, that sucked. I hated that.
Yeah. So Ace Attorney 4 was the last one that was in the pixel art style because
Aw.
5 and 6 were in the 3D style. So I wonder how they would have to do that. I assume it would just take a lot more work than what they had to do for 1 through 3. Although I will say it was like it looked okay. I think that the pixels have just like a very specific charm to them.
Yeah.
And that may be partly just the nostalgia from having played those versions first. Like when I think about it, I've been invested in the Ace Attorney series for like over a decade now. So, Jesus. They're terrifying.
Man.
These corners. Barrick, do you want to watch me do a dab? Hey, it's a titbit gossip.
Aww.
Please, my name is Sandwich.
You don't get why it's taking so long to port to Steam for some reason? Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming that... I mean, to be fair, Nintendo has always just kind of been a little bit bullish about any kind of property they have going to PC, or just like going outside the Nintendo ecosystem, which is why it took so long for Ace Attorney trilogy, like just the Ace Attorney trilogy, to get onto like Steam. Sandwich equals Beppo confirmed. It would be weirder if he wasn't. Oh man, look at Daddy Mikotoba there.
I love
He's tapping.
them. I love them.
You think about how long you've been playing Fire Emblem games? Yeah. I started playing them when I was like 10. So that's like 15 years now. He do be schmoovin'.
He got those schmoves. Man, I've never had clapping be so terrifying as during that scene.
I think Damon Gant had a really similar breakdown where he did a lot of clapping.
Oh my god.
It was so good.
Horrifying. Hey, buddy! Aww. You crossed those swords!
Everyone's like, wow, that's nice, isn't it?
In front of everyone.
How do you do it?
I love them. Aww. This game. No.
Wow.
Back to Japan. They're gonna have to get a new judge.
That's true. We put the old one in the jail.
Oh, I love them. Look at them.
So cute.
New judge. They didn't have to zoom in on the judge's seat.
Wow. Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. Finn.
Finn.
Wow.
Oh,
Look at this super cute CG.
so cute. Their swords are still crossed.
Oh, baby, you know they're crossing those swords. Wow. Wow.
Such a good game. Both good games.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, that was so fun. I loved it.
We did it. Oh, there's special
We did it!
contents. There's some short extra episodes.
Oh. Nani?
They started adding these in They started adding these in the DS ones, especially the ones that were Wi-Fi enabled.
Oh.
Because I think they usually they sent them out as like bonuses. Yeah, it wasn't an 8-hour stream. It was only just like an hour later than normal.
We nailed the timing then, basically.
They also have alternate outfits. So you can turn on Iris's homemade dress.
Oh, she made a dress for Susato. That's cute.
Yeah, she made.
And she made some for him too. Oh, that's so. He looks dashing.
And then you have Sholmes.
All
Oh my
right.
god, look at him. Oh my
All
god,
right.
look at him. Yeah. It's cute. It's just a little extra thing. All right.
Aww.
Well, thank you for joining us on this hero all journey. You can normally find us on the Saturdays at the 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Pacific time.
Yeah.
We will be taking a break next week so that we can do Halloween stuff, and then the week after that we will return with an exciting game, which is the Ace Attorney Professor Layton crossover game.
Ooh,
Which-
I've never played a Professor Layton game, so
You've
this is
never
gonna be all
played
new
a
for me.
Professor
Yeah.
Layton game?
Yeah, never.
I don't know why. It feels like it would be like very your vibe.
I think it would be. I just never did. You know what I mean?
I don't know why. I assumed that you liked them.
I probably would if I played them.
Yeah, if you
Honestly.
played them, yeah. All right. Well, it'll be interesting. The Professor Layton crossover game is interesting, is what I'll say. But also weirdly has some of the best music in the entire Ace Attorney series. Like that music is fucking banging.
Ooh.
Anyway, yeah, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. I think streams will be pretty sparse until then. Looking at this, yeah, probably. Just because I'll be in a weird transition period. I think I will. When November starts, I think I will sleep for 4 days. So that's all I'll say. But Halloween time is always busy. It's the holiday that we celebrate in this house. Always a little bit busy. But yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for watching us finish this here old game. Join us in 2 weeks, same time slot, and yeah, we'll return to the adventures of Mr. Phoenix Wright, only to do that until that game is over, and then ditch Phoenix Wright for like 2 years as we do Miles Edgeworth games.
Edgeworth, I miss him.
You know what? The Ace Attorney investigation games also have some of the best music. It's really hard to pick a favorite, actually, in terms of
I'll look
music,
forward
because
to it.
like they're always so fucking good.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, thanks for coming. We'll see you. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.